Somebody said, update Arch before you stream. That's a bad idea. That's a bad idea. Let me tell you about how bad of an idea updating Arch before you stream is. I actually updated it yesterday. If I hadn't restarted my computer, it would have been fine. I want to know if you guys have this issue, because I feel like I must be doing something. I mean, I feel like Arch is gaslighting me. Like, no, it's your problem. It's your problem. But I need to figure out, because it kind of sucks to be gaslighted by Arch itself. And I need to figure this out, because it's getting really annoying. It's getting really annoying. Sorry, I literally just booting up, so I'm getting everything going. All right. There we are. There we are. Let me get Twitch chat up. Oh, wrong side. Wrong side. All right, and then I want to get into my. It's an issue. Like, it's kind of not a big deal now, because like I've dealt with the issue, but it takes me like 15 minutes to fix. Maybe less if I wasn't kind of flustered this morning and kind of had morning brain fog. Maybe it should have taken me less, but I have this problem when I update Arch, and it happens almost consistently. Not almost consistently, but like maybe I'm gonna say once. Sometimes it happens like once a month, but I would say on average it happens once every other month. But it's like I get 3 months off to forget, and then it happens like 3 months in a row. And so yeah, let me see. I moved this a little bit while it was. Oh, that's in the screen now. Let's see. There we go. There we go. All right. All right, let's get into it. So I update Arch, and then when I reboot, basically my boot disk isn't configured properly. And so I don't know what goes wrong. I'm not quite there yet. Maybe I should have streamed fixing it. Unfortunately, it was only detecting the one monitor that I don't stream with, so I would have to rewire everything. But if you guys would like to actually see me fixing it, I was thinking about recording it tonight for a Mighty Mini Monday on Monday, just in case other people have it. But this is the problem. I go to boot, and it says it can't find the boot disk after an update. And so to fix it, what I do is I boot into a live USB. I boot into a live USB, and since I have a 2070, which means I have to turn, or not a 2070, I have a 4070. I have to set some kernel features because, well, because. Okay, so once I get into the live USB, Basically, NeoView or the open source ones, you have to disable it because it tries to detect your GPU, which it doesn't have support for the GPU. But that's not the problem. So once you get into it, what you basically have to do is you have to lsblk to get all your disks. This is actually kind of a pain because for some reason, um, these two flip flop. So which one is my boot disk boot partition? Um, this is the boot partition. You just have to look at how large it is. Obviously, this is the boot partition. So, and I don't know why they flip flop. I don't know why they flip flop. So basically, we can see that our P2 is our main partition. So I mount this at MNT, and then I mount this at boot, and then I run mkinit PCIO. And that inits my boot disk, or no, then I root into the root, and then I run mkinit PCIO. I think it's mkinit CPIO. I never remember that last part. -p Linux. Got to do that from the arch root of the mounted disks, and that fixes it. But this comes up maybe once a month while running Arch update. It's a little bit annoying. So I didn't know if you guys had any experience with that. Or like, am I doing something wrong? Like I said, I feel like Arch is gaslighting me. That's the feeling, at least. All right. And that's why I'm late. You never know when it's going to happen. I wanted... Okay, so what we're going to try to do today is we're going to try to make a... We're going to try to learn Vim a little bit better than we do. But how we're going to do that, we're going to try to make a... We're going to do this, the hard mode. One second. Not that. Issues. Our CDN. We're going to try to do this. We're going to try to do that. We have a little experiment project over here that I was looking for. I can literally never remember its name. I opened it up too many times. Lib cnb exp. And we're going to open this up right here. All right, now we're learning Vim, so bear with me here. We'll just open up the main.go right here. What does the tilde here mean? I need to figure out what the tilde means here. It doesn't do it for every single file, but there's tildes on these. I'm not sure what those mean. All right. It doesn't matter. All right. This is fairly simple. This is using pack to build an image. What we need is a static engine X build pack that we use. That's what we're going for. So let's find a static engine X build pack. There's a Cloud Foundry. We don't want the Cloud Foundry. We don't want the Heroku. How do you guys pronounce it? Heroku? Look at this one. Paketo. All right. This is what we want to use. What is the build pack? Let's see. No. I want to use the build pack. Here we go. Here we go. Samples. You should have this pack build by internet build pack. Here we go. I don't know. Maybe I could have just done this off of the URL. So let's see. Build pack would be not this one. You know what? Let's figure out how to do that more more Vim style. More Vim style. So I have this thing inside of the quotes. Can I delete everything inside of a quotes with a key combo? Can I select everything inside of a quote? Is that a possible key combination? I don't know about that one. Vim select everything inside quotes. To select between single quotes, I usually type V single quote. Select, okay. Inside a parenthesis block, I use VIB. Select inner block. Okay, so VIB is select inner block. Okay. VIB. That did not work at all. VIB. Wait. Was it capital B? Was it capital B? No, it wasn't. It's selecting this down here. I want this right here. So this is failing me. Oh, you know what? I am flashbanging you guys. Let me open up Chrome because I have. Is there a plugin for Firefox to do that? That's safe. Firefox dark mode. I'm weary about just installing extensions. I don't feel good about it. Has a lot of upvotes, but it could just be stealing everybody's data. Dark reader. I feel like Dark Reader is the one that I used on Chrome, so I might as well give all my stuff to the same person. There we go. Now the same person has all my information. At least I'm being consistent. All right, so curly braces. Oh wait, this is for inside parentheses. Okay. Maybe this will do this, but with double quotes. Select inner single quotes. We're going to do vi double quote. Let's try that. vi double quote. Yeah, nice. Now we should just be able to hit D, right? I'm going to do D. Nice. Okay. I knew there was a key combo for that. I think that's why you can be so fast if you're really going for speed. If you really understand and just use those naturally. If you use those as a second nature, I feel like it just is very fast. All right, wait, what were we going to type in here though? Oh, we have our build. We have our this. Okay. Let's go ahead and put that in there. And this should be the default socket. I believe it said that it worked with the static build pack. Let's see. Let's give it a name. I need to one second. I need to select just to make sure I got it again. V boom. Nice. Okay, let's select inside single quotes really quickly. So we're just gonna single quote this is some single quotes. All right, and then that would be just VI single quotes. Nice. All right, we're gonna delete all of that. Awesome. All right, that's not too bad. V is for the virtual. I don't get what I is, because I is usually insert, but when you do VI, I means something else in visual. So when we're in visual, I means something else. What does I mean here? I equals inside. Okay. This is a really cool tool because, yeah, I had no idea. I equals inside. So basically, we could even probably do just, hey, Jamie977. Nice to see you. What's up? A is for around. Oh, cool. So if I was deleting the whole thing, I probably want around. So like in here, I could do VE. No. I did. So VA double quotes, and I would get the quotes too. Okay, cool. That makes sense. Everybody suggests that you turn on relative numbers. I might have to do that. Yeah, see, Jamie. Oh, wait. I said Jamie, but that's not Jamie. That's Jamley. See, Jamley, that's where you made your mistake. That I was using was using 5K and things like that. That was your mistake. See, watch this. I go up 5 like this. Done. I don't need to know how many. You're right. I need to get that. I'm layering things on. We're adding extensions as I go. So I'll try the relative line numbers today. I'll give them a shot today. All right. All right. So we've done that. Let's see. I think honestly, you know what we need is a static site. Now we built some static sites. I'm going to actually move this to the second tab like I've been, and then we're going to move that static site over. Because so what we're trying to do is build a CDN for reasons we can get into, and learn them as we go. All right, so we have a React app here. I think it was in public. Yeah, public is where it's stored. Let's just see. Yeah, cool. So this is like the rendered version of the code. So we're just going to CP Eddington examples React public into code sample. Cool. I didn't do recursive. All right, how do we turn on relative line numbers? In Vim, relative line numbers. Oh, is it that easy? Set relative number. It was that easy. Cool. So we can like give it a try. And then I think if it's like that, if I do this, open it back up, I don't have relative numbers. So I can give it a try, and then we got to put it in the config. Sounds good. Okay, cool. Well, we'll give it a try. I got to get better about, like, you know, if I wanted to go to logris there to be, you know, 13K. I got to think about that. Never thought about that, but that's what I got to think about. Okay, cool. And then if we fuzzy, not here, here. We fuzzy find, we should see the sample public. Yeah, we have our public up here. Cool. So this doesn't, yeah, these are just images. It's just a pretty basic static site that we want to try hosting. All right. Then what I need to do is I want to give this a relative path. I think this has something. So this is what? GD is to go to definition. Yes. Relative base base directory to use relative to resolve relative assets. The base directory to use to resolve relative assets. I feel like this gray is hard to read. Can you guys read this gray on stream very well? If not, we need to work on our color scheme as well. Let's see. I think it's just the relative base dir that we want to set. Let's just try that. Oh, I did the quit because I'm accustomed to not using it as an IDE. I'm not accustomed to keeping it up. I'm accustomed to, like, quitting. Actually, I want to go back because I want to practice going back. So GD is to go back into there, and then it would be Control O to go back. Yeah, Control O. Perfect. All right. Control O is what I meant to use. Okay. So relative directory, relative base dir. And for this, we're just going to hard code this to sample. We'll write that. And let's see. We need the Nginx CMB provides Nginx dependency. Nighthound, what's up? Oh no, that's no good. I don't want it archived. Where have you seen this before? Is all the Paketo builders archived? This is interesting. This doesn't say it's archived, but the builders it says it supports are archived. That's interesting. Maybe we should use the let's see, Nginx build pack. There was this Cloud Foundry one. Maybe I should try using that. Haruka might have a builder. Okay, I can look. It just is odd. We'll use this one. We'll use this one. Hopefully it works with, and it just hasn't been updated. All right, so this is VI quotes. Nice. Delete that. Paste that in. That is the one we were using. That is the one we were using. But this isn't the one that this says that it supports. It says that it supports these two. I don't know if that's going to be a problem. I don't know if that's going to be a problem. Maybe I'm going to try the full. I'll just try the full just to make sure. Oh, I screwed that up. There we go. That's what I meant to do. All right. Now let's, I think we can just try running this. I don't think this will work because I think that we need to pass it a config. I think I need a let's go check out their example. So we have a public. I think we needed to have an Nginx config in there, which is what I'm going to test. Let's I'm just going to take their Nginx config. All right, so we need to create a new file. This is where we're going to do fg. No, that's live grep. That's not what I wanted. How do I open the file explorer? Fe. Yeah, okay. So inside of sample, we want to, what was it? Control/? I don't know how to create a new file. It is control/, sweet. And a new file is Alt-C. Alt-C? We'll try Alt-C. So Alt-C. Okay, something did not work there. Alt-C. Okay, so insert file name sample engine x.conf. Is this Astro Vim? No, it's my own hacked together Vim. I started with TJ's base, like here's how to set up a file and everything, and I've just worked from there. All right, so we're just going to insert this. It looks good. We can review it really quickly, but all right, looks good. Looks good. Oh, I did the right quit again. I didn't mean to do that. We'll leave that open. Go over here. We'll just go over here. Oh, thank you, Jamly. I'm going with Jamly. Thanks for the follow. Hopefully you got a notification. Hopefully you all got it on stream. There is one. If you didn't, let me know. Okay, so what we should be able to do is just go run here. Let's go mod tidy just in case. First. Cool. Did you get a on-screen? We have an AI that generates some very custom follow message. Hopefully you saw that. If not, we can actually go config use context. Well, I should be able to see if everything is going well. Twitch alerts 0. Let's see if everything is working right. It should have shown you a custom one because it built one. Nice. Well, thanks for the follow. Sorry I missed it. I don't have sound built into it yet, so there is no sound alert, which is something we need to fix. But this is generated by AI, so yeah. It's sometimes a little off. A little off. It makes stuff up and is very confident about it. That's what we like about it. Let's see. Go. I don't have a way to run Go from here, so I can't like run the project, which I think is fine. I think I'm just going to keep, that over here. I was trying to get where I could run a file from here or like run Go from here, and I'm sure that I can. It was a little bit more painful than I thought it was supposed to be. So I'm not worrying about that right now. Download a new image of Nginx, whatever. Validating stack mixins. Build pack does not support stack. Ah, see? I'm going to have to use a deprecated one. I don't like that combo. Where I have to do the Nginx server, I have to use a deprecated build pack. That kind of sucks. Wait. I'm on the wrong branch? What do you mean? The main branch isn't the right branch? Or was this? Oh wait. I need to use relative. I'm trying to use that. Set relative. There we go. So now I can just do 1 second. 26 looks like it. There we go. Close. Yeah, I'm just using the main ones here. I didn't update the libcnb. I was just playing around myself. I can go ahead and do that though. Let's see. Maybe. I don't actually think I think I'm on a disconnected branch or disconnected repo. Get Oh, I do have the upstream. Okay, so I can do that. Get fetch upstream. So what I'm going to do is get reset hard. Good. It kept this should be the sample deployment. So let's check that out. Ooh, how does that work on? Okay, so it just reloaded it. Cool. Git status. This should be the public folder, right? Yeah. Samples public. Perfect. rm lib cnb exp. Let's delete that. This is a file. That's a what? What? Okay, well, we'll delete that too. All right, so now we should be able to get fetch upstream. Did I do that already? Get rebase upstream. All right, cool. So now, let's see. We need to do our relative base thing here. Let's do relative base dir is going to be sample. Yeah, sample. Oh, I just did right quit again. I think I need to remap that. I don't know. I don't know. So I've used Vim for a long time, but just as like I edit a single file, not as a editor. I wouldn't say I've used it a long time. I guess I've used it several years. All right. Let's try running this. Go mod tidy. Go build. Not build. Go run. This could make the stream pretty laggy. We'll see. We'll see. Let me know. Is the stream laggy or is it beautiful? It's probably laggy. Not much I can do about it. Yeah. I need better internet. That's what I don't have good enough internet to stream. It's more like a picture book. It's a new artistic style for streaming. I mean, I guess my audio is probably garbage, but yeah, it's a new artistic style of streaming, picture book style. All right. So hopefully my stream is back. Sorry about that. Very little I can do. I'm sure there's some quality of service stuff I could probably set up in Docker for that. Audio is actually fine. That's good because the audio is probably more painful. What did we call this? Image example. Okay. Cool. So Docker images. And honestly, now that we have that builder image, we shouldn't. I probably need to clean this up. Oh, I probably need to. What were we looking for again? Web example. Web example. It looks like it built, right? Editing layer, saving web example, images, web example. Yeah. So let's just grep it. I need to maybe clean that up. There we go. You will notice this was created 43 years ago. So something cool that Webpack does is, I say cool, kind of frustrating as well. Anything that you see made with Webpack is going to say this 43 years ago because they try to very much make the most reproducible image that they can. And so for that, the image to be reproducible can't have different metadata, which if you had a different timestamp of when you built it would be different. So their whole idea is that if you build the same commit with a Webpack, that you will have the same image, like bytes for bytes, or should, in theory. So anyways, this threw me off when I first saw it. I was like, 43 years, what have I done wrong? I did nothing wrong. It actually means it worked. So let's try running this. Oh, I copied wrong. I did. All right. Let's see. Delete this garbage. Delete that garbage. Run. No. That's the wrong image. We called it web example. Failed to overwrite template. Nginx.conf permission denied. Interesting. We've done screwed something up. It made the image, but it's failing to run the image. I wonder if we override what instead of like just trying to run into that, what if we do this? Docker run web example bin bash. No, it has something that it's going to try to run on startup. Okay. Let's try searching for this. I was on their Nginx stuff. So let's do web server. Was that not web servers? Web servers. There was a dash. There we go. So this is what we're using now. Are we using the full? So basically, this is us trying to build a content delivery network. We have the network part kind of down. We just need a way to actually serve the content. And this looked like a pretty promising idea, as we're already leveraging build packs, kind of. So, all right, uses these. We're using the Jammy Fool. We could use the Bionic, but the Jammy Fool should be fine. Cool. Let's look at the Nginx. All right. Now we gave it sample as our relative base directory. Oh, you know what? I bet we got rid of our Nginx config that was there. Let's look in sample. We still have nginx.conf there. Interesting. Why is it giving us this permission denied? Let's see if they have a bug on it. It wasn't supposed to be this difficult. We'll just search. No issues. No issues here. Here's the docs. Let's see. This documentation explain. I probably should have read these docs before stream. Oh, Russell, are you still on, Russell? I have a question for you. Oh, let's delete this. Actually, how can I put quotes around this? I've highlighted it. Let's say I wanted to comment this out in Vim. What's the way to do that? There's got to be a way. Vim comment out multiple lines. I've got this part. Oh, you have a comment plugin? That's probably nice. This does not look Go to the first line you want to commit, press V. Okay, and then use the arrow key to select the last line. I got that. I can do the selection. Now press Shift I, which will put the other in Vim insert mode, and then press pound. This will add a hash to the first line. I don't want a hash. Oh, I see what they're doing. I see what they're doing. Is that pipe or is that I? I can't tell. I think it's a capital I. So Shift I. That didn't seem to work for me. That didn't seem to work for me. You know what? There we go. I need to get that plug in. All right. So my actual question for you was, so I updated Arch last night like I normally do before stream, and I got problems, but it's a really standard one. I actually feel like Arch is gaslighting me. I feel like Arch is gaslighting me. And so, yeah, I don't know. No build pack group detection. Please run a check that you're using against the correct path. No build packs participating. So is it not taking in this relative baster? All right. So basically what happens with Arch, and this happens maybe once a month, and it takes about 15 minutes to fix, is I have to go into a USB drive once a month, a live Linux, because it won't boot because it doesn't know where the boot disk is. And this happens after an update, and the update seems to be fine. Like there's nothing wrong with it, but it's the exact same problem every single time. So basically I have to go into a live USB, and then you just do like the ls blk to get your disks. And like this isn't a big deal, but they flip-flop, which is kind of annoying. So this is our disk with our boot disk, and this is our main drive. That's fine. Or actually it's this one. This is the Windows disk. This is the other one. So anyways, this one and this one seems fine. And so basically what I have to do is I have to mount this into, wherever. I mount it into MNT, and then I mount this into boot inside of that. And then I arch troot into the base directory here. And then I run mk init pcio, mk init pcio, or cpio -p linux, and this writes the boot disks out for me, and everything works fine. But it's like a really common error. Like I feel like I must be doing something wrong, because like I feel like nobody has that error that often, but it doesn't happen every single time I update. Just every once in a while. But like common enough that it's getting kind of annoying. Feels like something's configured wrong. I agree. The thing is, like, it doesn't happen all the time. And it's just after update, and it happens once a month maybe. Sometimes late, like I actually went a couple months without it happening. And now it's happened 2 days or 2 weeks in a row after updating. I don't know. That would be my assumption too, because it has to do with the kernels configured with the old partition. So it's basically just not updating it on a kernel update, but it's not every kernel update. And like the reason I don't think it's I don't know that it's a misconfiguration, is that mine works a lot of the time, and I don't have to pass it anything. It's not like I have to go fix anything. I'm using all the defaults, like even when I do the MK init CPIO, I'm just passing all the defaults, everything that's there. I'm not doing anything special. So it's very strange, and it's getting a little frustrating. It's getting a little frustrating. But yeah, it's something that I do often at this point. It literally to the point where I bought a USB drive to just be plugged into my machine so that I can do this when it happens. All right, let's see. This did not work. Let's do fuzzy find public. Oh, interesting. Oh, I almost quit. I caught myself. It made a public directory right here. Do I need to do like relative base dir as sample public? I don't think it's using this relative base dir. Let me do this just to make sure. Poggle, what's up? How are you doing? It's first time on stream. I'm learning to Vim. I'm learning to Vim. While trying to be a little bit productive, you know? I'm gonna go ahead and set relative in my NeoVim config. Just to give it a fair shot. I keep having to turn it on, and it's been super enjoyable. You are a much smarter person than me then. I even knew Vim going into this. I've just never used it as an IDE. And so I'm trying to learn to use it as an IDE. Instead of just like editing a single file poorly and moving on. So it's not bad. It's not been bad. It's not been bad. We're writing some Go while we're learning. We're writing some Go while we're learning. Okay, we need to turn this on. How do we turn stuff on by default? Do we have some set commands in here? Let's see. Do we have... That's key map set. I want like just... How do I set this? Like this is all key mapping stuff. Yeah, it does. I think honestly, not using the mouse. So in here, I could do this. I could do set relative number like that. And I was trying to set that in here. But I don't know how to call set. I'm kind of assuming that it's not set. It's vim.opt. Okay. Let me search for vim.opt. This is the only vim.opt, so we're just going to put it here. That's what I was trying. I didn't know where that was stored. Like, yeah. Thank you for that. Okay. Set works on options, so the Lua way is to go to the. That makes sense. So these are all the options for Vim. So if I'm trying to set a Vim option, this would be the Lua way of doing it. Cool, cool. Thank you. Now, if we come in here, cool. I'm gonna give it a try. I think it's kind of weird, but I do think that like going 7K would then bring me up here to the imports. And then I could do VI this and select all the imports. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, okay, cool, cool. I'm really liking that part where it's like VI quotes and then like I can just delete this and go on to the next thing. That's awesome. All right, let's see. Did this work? This did not work. The jump commands? Yeah. They seem to jump around. That's interesting. Just to white space, like next white space. Blank line, is that what they do? Seems useful, I guess. Doesn't seem that useful if they're just jumping between white spaces and just doing like 8K and jumping up here. They do way more than that? Okay, maybe I need to look up what they do. You know what? Let me remove this. I did this relative path here and the app path of public, which I thought would be sample and then public. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put sample here. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. So what would I search, Russell, to find that? To like read up on that? Square brackets Vim. I can do that. All right. What did we use to run this? Docker run this. Failed to overwrite template. Open engine. This is still not working how I would expect it to. Oh. Oh. Now this is gonna get Nginx stuff. Let's clean this error up just a little. So it's trying to overwrite my. Maybe we can learn something from this test. Go pools made me want to switch to Vim. Go pools, the language server for Go. Don't get me started on Go pools and Go's package management, or the utter lack of any sensical package management in Go for a very long time. Why is it trying to overwrite? I gave it an Nginx. Trying to overwrite template, permission denied. No issues. Oh, wait. It said issue 0, but so I thought this was going to be easier. Last night, I did it with the command line, and that worked pretty easily. But for some reason, when I'm doing it here, it's not working. Very interesting. All right. What could be wrong here? So this is that you're working on? So this is really just an example demo thing. What we're really working on is a CDN, basically. We need a CDN for front end delivery of stuff. We're building the cloud. We're building AWS Lite, and so for educational purposes at least. And we're trying to do a CDN the easiest way possible. This is obviously providing not the easiest way possible, but it's an open source project. So if you want to go check it out, it is out there right here. I'll just leave a link for it. It's not exactly like AWS. We're gonna be a little different. We have a little bit of fun. Let me try giving it this. Just right. Just right. So if I give it just right, I need to delete all of this stuff. And I have format that runs on right. That's pretty nice. Now this should work. Okay. So what happens here is because I gave it just the straight public, it didn't have a server. It didn't know that it was Nginx. But I doubt this fixes it. Actually, you know what we haven't looked for is this right here. We search for the configuring. Issues 2. These are interesting. Okay. Okay. Maybe we're on to something here. I'm not running it in read-only mode. But this is exactly the bug right here. Wait, we don't have this read-only file system. That's not our issue. Permission denied. Which seems like the file doesn't have the right permissions, but I can't get into the container. We could use dive. Dive would be dive. I'm interested to see what dive looks like on a build pack. I'm assuming there's just one layer. It's like a one shot. Oh, check this out. Our Nginx configure operator runs and tries to write an nginx.com file even if there's no diff. It might make sense for us to check if there is a diff between the original and interpolated file. If there is none, don't try to write anything. So it's going to write this config. All right. So my guess is that the process that's spinning up doesn't have the correct permissions. It's either a user or whatnot. But why? Why would that happen when I build it using the command line? So basically, I'm just building this with pack versus, let's jump into this. GD, right? GD, go to definition. Yeah. Let's see if there's some flags that we could pass that maybe the command line tool is passing. So pack is a command line tool that does the build packs. And let's see what these options are. We can actually pull up pack. Let's pull up pack. Build pack. I want the Git repo. There we go, GitHub. Let's see. Let's see if this is easy enough to go through. We want the pack. Here's the command build. Can we go to definition? Commands build. Here we go. Nice. Ooh. Ooh. Git equals. Ooh. This. The user's group is getting set to -1 here. And then what are they? Group ID is getting set. Ooh. Okay, let's set group ID to ours. So we need to go back. That's Control O. Done. Group ID. -1. All right. That's a good call out. What else are they? Layout config, don't care, I don't think. Yeah, we'll say we don't care. Creation time, don't care. Interactive, no, don't care. Previous image, group ID, lifecycle image, maybe we care, but don't care. Workspace. No, no. Let's actually check out what they do for workspace. They don't do any defaulting of the workspace. So that's what I want to see, if they do like a default if I don't set anything. Because in the command line, I didn't set anything. So it's just these things that they decide to default. All right. Let's go ahead and run this. Did I write my changes? Cool. We fixed it. It's the GID. Our little GID was our problem. That makes me giddy with how we fixed the GID. Perfect. This is probably an issue that we've had because our original code doesn't set the group ID. I wonder what group ID it's setting. Huh. Okay. Well, nice. All right. Poggle, are you still here? If you're still here, I was kind of focused on trying to figure out what was wrong there. I can go back and show you a picture of what we're doing. And I can start to implement this in the actual real thing. I'm actually kind of excited. This is we are this is just like a test bed for using pack. So pack is one of the things that we're going to leverage to make things easy. But if you're not still here, Poggle, I hope you're having a good day. A fantastic day. And watching a streamer that's a little bit more entertaining or more educational, depending on what you're wanting. You can probably find a streamer that's more educational and entertaining. Like, perfect combo. I need to go through here and Eddington. There we go. Oh, I was fixing the GitHub Actions. Did I? Let me make sure I don't have this pull request. Do I have this pull request up? Fix GitHub Actions. Beautiful. Didn't seem to actually fix the GitHub Actions. So we did a big overhaul of the repo, and let's see. What did I do? What have I done? Ooh, okay. So Russell, question for you, since Poggle left us. Question for you. I can't get this to show me hidden files. So I have a .github. I don't know how to get to it. So that was another thing. Let's see. Telescope, file browser, show hidden. There we go. That's what I need. Oh, okay, right here. Hidden equals true. Beautiful. I found it. Let's just get this out of the way. Config. I think for the file explorer, I want to see hidden period. I think. The fuzzy find, maybe actually, maybe because most hidden files are going to be like my .github and my .git. And the .github I want, the .git I don't care about. So I really need to break this Lua file out. Where was I going with this? Oh, I need to search for telescope. Wait. Is this where we're configuring it? It doesn't look quite like theirs. Here we go. This is telescope dot. Here we go. Pickers, find files. Oh, do I have to do it for everything? Can I not just do it for the file browser? I'm gonna try to do it here. Doesn't seem to like hidden is a thing here. I'm not sure if Lua if this language server is showing me all the stuff. Maybe it's not. Maybe I can go in here and just do hidden. That is line 308. Just in case that like really screws something up. Let's quit out of here. Let's open that up again. Ah, it did work. Sweet. I do think that I want those. Also, why is VS Code? We gotta get rid of this VS Code setting things. I was trying to make this work in here. VS Code failed me. Actually, I mean it's really GoPul's fault, but we'll just complain about VS Code. All right. Now that we have this working, we need to actually add it to the build service. Container builder. Server.go. There we go. So this is what Visual Studio Code had the problem of. And we can solve this by just opening Vim. We'll just CD into it. And this is the GoPul's issue. It just hurts less not in Visual Studio Code because you got to go and actually switch projects and everything. But before we do this, before we fix that, let's fix GitHub Actions. Because GitHub is it this one? I think maybe it's both of them. Oh, Fuzzy Find doesn't have. Oh, Fuzzy Find doesn't have it. So to get hidden folders right now, I have to go through here. Okay. I think I need to enable it on Fuzzy Find too. Maybe I can enable it globally. This is the problem that was built. This is right here. You know what? We're just going to delete this file. So to go back is Control O. To do the Explorer is space FE. GitHub workflows. How do I delete? I want to delete this file. This file is going to cause problems. And we can just run test in the same one that we run lint and everything in. How do we delete? That's Control slash, and delete is remove. So that's Alt D. Remove selection. Yes. Nice. I'm in the wrong place. Adding 10. Get status. Get add. Get commit -m. Removed bad test. Testing was already done in the other one anyways. Get push. And then we'll get checkout main. Get checkout -b. Add. What did we call this? What issue? We have an issue for this. Just CDN hard mode. What was the issue number? I'm going to try to get better about putting the issue number in there. All right. How's everybody doing? All right. Now we're adding this. We're going to do the build pack updates first, then we're going to do the server updates. All right, so we'll go to server.server. These should be okay now, right? We have a problem. Oh no. Well, one. This is our command. This is our editing. Wrong one. Let's do go mod tidy. Maybe that's all we need to do. And while we're doing that, let's get out of here. Nope. Quit. Container builder. Uh-oh. Why? Oh, wait. Module null chat editing in latest found but does not contain package. This is correct. This is probably a problem with our rework. I thought we tested building all of those, but maybe we didn't. Let's go fix this then. Vim here. There's no application folder anymore. So let's try this. VI slash, nope, that didn't work. I wanted to select everything inside the forward slashes. So it's not VI slash. That doesn't work. I guess I can just do like the word. So VIW. Okay, I can do VIW. So for word. Cool. That works. If I'm at the start of the word. Does VIB work here? VIB? No, it does not. No, it does not. VIW. Works fine. Actually, there we go. That does not feel good. That does not feel good. So I select that, then delete, then go to insert mode, then delete the slash. That doesn't feel great. But Word doesn't work from here because it just goes here. Oh wait, what if I do VI2W? No, that didn't work either. It's okay. I also didn't want to do that, so let's undo that. That's correct. Let's go run go mod tidy now. There we go. All right, so that's now working. Awesome, awesome. Cleared that. There's a couple things we need to do to update this. Let's do the control D, half page down and up. Nice. All right. I don't know that these relative line numbers are helping a whole lot, but this is could be just because I'm not using them, or sucking at using them. Maybe a little bit of both. I'm definitely not accustomed to looking over there, and it feels like when it's more indented, like which line is this? You know, if I was up here and I wanted to know which line this is, with my condition, I can't tell that it's 24 unless if I like do this with my mouse. To me, it could be anything between 22 and 27. Yeah. Maybe it's just not for me, but I'm going to continue giving it a try. I think it's really useful for the ones that are close by, but yeah. All right. Yeah, no, I want to give it a fair try. I've been struggling to know where it is. Yeah. Now, the other thing that I was thinking is there a way to go to next error? I'm assuming this is a language server thing. But I feel like that would be really cool if I could just jump to errors here. Lower my tab stops to 8. Yeah, this is a little brutal, isn't it? Go works off of tabs. So like, yeah. That is a little brutal. And it would help me being able to do it. Yeah. Is that a Vim setting that I can do? That did not work for me. Okay. Let me try to set the Vim tab stops first. But the square bracket E does not work. It just does that. It doesn't take me to the next error from the language server. You know, if I was here, I would expect it to take me here. I I figure it's something that the like go pull the language server would expose. I think. Vim dot opt dot what were you saying it was? Tab stop equals what should we do? Is it 4 right now? I feel like it's 4. Let me see right now. 1 second. I'm gonna just space out here. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it's 8. So we'll do 4. We'll do 4. That is so much more readable. Try square bracket X. Nope. Square bracket E. Nope. Oh, okay, you have it as a custom key map. I'm assuming it's a language server thing, so I'm gonna just Google it really quickly. In Vim, go to next LSP error. Leader D square bracket to go to the next warning error. Okay, so it's saying leader D. Is this a custom key map binding that they're doing here? I don't think LSPs are really known as linting. I don't know that I would call it linting. That's not what a language server is doing. It's not linting. But I'm not here to get into semantics. That's fine. All right. Go to next. All right, this is what I needed. This right here. Nice. Okay. Oh, sweet, Russell. You were posting it. Thanks. Let me go ahead and open up here. Yeah, my bad. Sorry. Like I don't sit there and wait for chat. And then like unfortunately you did post it. My bad. I'm sorry. And so then I was looking for something that that's my bad. So here's all my key mappings. We'll map here. All right. Now, what do we want to do? What do we want to do? Do we want to do the leader and do like any next error? I feel like that feels nice. Any. I feel like that's nice. This could be horrifying. This could be horrifying. So in here, I think we can just do vim dot diagnostics. I don't think it's the -s. And then go to next. Go to next error. It is Sunday. Sunday is the news. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Family first, always. Your life first, always. I'm glad to have you, though. Tell the parents I said hi. All right, let's reload this. Let's get back into it. And now it would, next error. Tell him Clavin said hi. You actually probably know my real name. If you watch any of my YouTube videos, I use my real name. I don't know which one they would know me by. You know, if they're really into big tech YouTubing, you know, they're learning their Kubernetes or Rust. Maybe they've seen me. I hope they're having a great day as well. That didn't work. Next error. No, that did not work. Oh, sweet. They sound like awesome people. Your mom is an avid Rust enjoyer. I don't know if you're pulling my leg or if she's actually an avid Rust enjoyer. If she is, that's awesome. And she should get on stream sometime. That did not work. Maybe I didn't. Did I write it? I did. Let me just validate that I did. See, it has go to next error, you fool. But I type E and it does nothing. I don't think that worked. She could definitely help me turn my PC on and off again. Something as we rest the game. Oh, man. His mom's like some... I don't know if they have competitive Rust the game. That would have been hilarious. You can't dedicate 10 hours of your day to keeping your base alive. Okay, I was expecting to go here. And I do space in, which then it brings up E, which is go to next error, you fool. But I hit E and I don't go to next error. I go into visual mode. So it feels like it's half working. Oh, do I have to do the Lua part? Okay. I thought I could do Vim without the Lua part, but that's fine. Then do I have to do like a require? So if I do... So just do Lua, Vim diagnostic, go to next, and then we'll just do the closing CR. Okay. All right. So nice. It worked. Awesome. Thank you, Russell. That's nice. So we can like just go to the different errors. It doesn't go to the next one. It's stuck on that one. Oh, that's the only error that I have. Okay. What happened here? I feel like I screwed this up. This looks like it was supposed to be a, like, it almost looks like it was a to-do. bragging about only having one error. You know, I don't know your abilities, but you know what? Yes, sometimes I get excited if I make large changes and there's only one error. I am happy about that. All right, one second, one second. I'm gonna boom, boom. Nice. All right. Oh, it even brought my thing here. Okay. That's nice. I don't get your quote, Dutch. Well, I mean, the one error was hiding all the other errors. Yeah. I mean, of course, GoPools couldn't continue looking through the function. There are other errors. I was gonna say there's 4 errors. Well, it says 4 errors, but there's actually only 3 errors. It's just these 3. I assume that this E4 meant 4 errors, but I think the 4th one's a lie. Or it's one indexed or something. I'm not sure. All right, let's deal with this one. Type string has no field or method string. What is this? This request. I'm guessing this is a protobuffer error. This didn't get updated with the newest protobuffers. This request is a create container request. Let's GD there. Oh, the one. I got it. I got it. I got the reference now. You know what? Strangely enough, I didn't watch the Matrix until it was kind of an old movie. And then I found the movie to not be as awesome because like the graphical aspects of it that were really wowing weren't really wowing anymore, and it didn't strike me as a particularly amazing movie, but maybe that's just me. You're using Capuchin? Oh, the best way to watch any movie. It will make even the worst movies fantastic. Okay, so type here is this. It is a string. Type is a string. Oh no, I needed to do Control O there. Russell, not for children, but have you ever seen Hackers? Does it beat Hackers? I feel like Hackers is a better hacker movie than Neo. I can't remember The Matrix. Maybe I'm wrong. Swordfish? Yeah, Swordfish's hacking was pretty rough. I like The Matrix better than Swordfish. I'll give you that. The Swordfish was a little bit oh, you know what? But it was somewhat realistic. They went dumpster diving for information. Like, as far as being a hacker film, it's better than a lot of the stuff that was out there, right? Like, I mean, unfortunately, there's just not a lot of good hacker video movies out there that I know of, at least. I think this is just a string, so I think we can just, I don't think we need that translation that we're doing. Uh, that's the problem. That is actually the problem, Russell. Hacking is a really boring spectator activity. It's never going to it's never going to be very interesting. Um ever. Um yeah. It's just it's never going to be very good. No, so I think it could be. I think there's a happy medium though. I think there's a happy medium, uh, like where you see them like infiltrate physical security, and then maybe do something that's a little bit more fun. I don't know. I don't know where that happy medium. I've never been impressed with hacking as a let's see, as a movie, but let's see. We need, what are we going to call this? We'll just call it Engine X. Although this is our part of our content delivery. A 57-hour film with the most realistic hacking ever seen. Pizza and Mountain Dew. That's the sponsors. Oh, apparently you're talking to them tomorrow. Well, let them know I said hi. Whenever you get a chance to talk to them, I will have to learn Dutch for hello. Yes. Oh, actually, all of my Twitch chat basically says hi to them. Which ones did I use over here? Hello instead of hello. So just hello. Am I doing it pretty well? How's my accent? How's my accent? um, I am not making fun of of your language either. Just so that we're clear. That was not my if I yank here, can I paste here? Yes, I can. Oh man, Russell got even the mom. Wait, do you say and? Is it and mama and papa? Like, or is it a different word than and? I would have assumed it was a different word than and. N. Okay, okay, that makes sense. I would have been losing my mind if it was also and. In. Okay, so hello, mama in papa. How's that? How's my Dutch? How's my Dutch sounding? Now to learn the curse words. Now to learn the real. Oh, that did not work. So I can yank from over here and then get out of this and then paste. Nice. Okay, that worked. More German sounding, but I am half German. I don't know. I don't speak any German. I'm half German, half Italian. Um, although the German side is really, really mixed at this point, because I say I'm half German because I came from like a guy named John Kuntz, but that was like in the 1500s that he came to the United States. So my German side, I would say, but my mother, was first generation. Her mother came over from Italy, so I'm pretty Italian, uh, kind of German. Homework copying problem. Dude, I think that's what makes English so difficult, because it's like, how do you spell pterodactyl? Who would put a P on the front of pterodactyl or pneumonia? But I think the French would. And and because of that, our language, English, I say our language like I know the British, I speak a bastardization of the British English, maybe the more truer English, but yeah, it's rough. Pterodactyl is a real problem. It really comes up in my day-to-day conversations. Dutch, if you're not putting pterodactyl in your day-to-day conversations, you're not conversationing correctly in your day-to-day. That's all I have to say, really. Pterodactyl comes up way more often in mine. Explain that to somebody. Do you know what's worse? Is when like somebody, like, you decide to take notes and you're like, I need to type through. Like, I went through a tunnel. And you're like, I don't really know which through that is. I don't know how to type that. Is that I threw a ball? Is that I went through that? Is that though? I don't know. It's a word. I typed a word. I'm sure of that. And the only reason I'm sure of that is because Google Docs didn't underline it red. Oh. You just use pterodactyl more often, and you don't have to worry about through though. Okay. So we have this, but you know what? While we're here, yes, I agree. I think, like, at some point we just need to be like, it's not pterodactyl, it's pterodactyl. This is how it's spelled. Let's just forget the last century. Banking on something is weird because a bank is a bank and also a couch, but also a couch and dunch. That's pretty fantastic. That's pretty fantastic. You know what we don't have here? What we need here? Case rust. My goodness. How did this pass me by? How did this get in here? I don't even know what the proper values of this. I hit tab. I thought I was in insert mode, but maybe I wasn't. Scott, this is not Rust. This is Go building stuff. I believe my title says writing Golang. It does say writing Golang. So what this is, well, this part isn't the content delivery. We're working on the content delivery, and I just noticed that we don't actually build Rust in here, which is an absolute shame. I don't know what I'm doing with my life that I don't have Rust support here. So I just figured we'd add Rust support because, you know, it's Rust. Let's see. You are correct. We don't need the default case is the same as just returning. That's your favorite thing about Vim? If you make a typo, you can discover magical abilities that you never learn how to reproduce. Yeah. I don't read, I just let the borrow checker tell me what to do. Oh. Let's find a build pack for Rust. Does Petaco Piquetto Paquetto Paquetto. I'm gonna call it Paquetto. Paquetto. Have a I don't know why I said it so many times. All right, community Paquetto. You don't support it. I'm gonna have to build my own run one. All right, includes build packs, Rust up, Rust this, Rust cargo, Paquetto cargo. Let's see. Did you like that, Dutch? Like, I feel like people, and I feel like this is true of anything. I like Go, but like then people are like, concurrency in Go is amazing, and it's like, well, actually, the concurrency in Go has a few major problems if you're a highly concurrent application. Now, if you're a web server, concurrency in Go is amazing. The built-in concurrency is just fantastic. It's all that you need. But if you're trying to do it as like a system language for something like runc or, you know, Kubernetes or you know, Juju would be another example of a system kind of thing. The threading in Go is actually pretty terrifying, and you kind of need some external tools to make it okay. Basically, if you don't pass a context in every call you're doing, go wrong. You're 100% right. And a lot of people do go wrong, myself included, because it's actually a lot of work. Because if you pass just the background context or like the simple way, then you're also doing it wrong. So you can't just pass a context. So I think it's a really good thing to understand. Go concurrency isn't as easy as people like to make it sound like it is, but yeah. I mean, it's still pretty easy, and it's still pretty easy for like a web service. All right, maybe we don't want to do this right now. Let's not do this. Let's not conflate our things. We want just that. Okay. Now we got that. Let's go back. Boom, went back. So we're getting this build pack info. This build pack info now has the web pack. 1 second. What did we? Nginx. You know what? I almost want to call this content delivery network, because while we're using Nginx, that's an implementation detail. When somebody builds this, it should be like static web. That's really what a person on the front end would be making, is a static web front end. So I'm gonna call it static web. That's it. Right. The web service has context built in, but what you do need to be doing is passing those down, basically. But it's still kind of easy to use, because it's easier to not just use you know, context to do or context background, or, you know, it's easier to actually do properly in my opinion, All right, go back. So we got our build pack information. What we need to do here, so you gave up Zap for Slog. What about your emojis? What about your emojis, dude? You doing emojis in Slog? Does Slog support emojis? I gave up Logris. I'm switching everything to Zap at this point. It's a good structured log. Fast. It's very fast. This is not a lie. 4 to 10 times faster than other structured logging packages. Like, even if you use the sugared, it just way fewer allocations, which means if you're talking about memory thrashing, this is a huge deal because your logging can be one of the things, especially on a web server that handles a lot of requests, that starts to thrash the garbage collector. So, and this is, let me be clear. This is ridiculously high scale that most of you will never actually have to deal with or worry about. And so don't take this as you have to use Zap or you can't scale with anything else. That's not what I'm saying. Please don't think that. But when you do get to ridiculously high scales, this can actually be a big deal in your logging. So 40 allocations versus 5 is kind of a thing. Kind of a thing. Right. If you're at enterprise scale, you should know about it. Like that's all I'm saying here. If you're making an application and you want emojis in your thing, go for it. I don't care, and it's great. If you are doing something, Zap is pretty fantastic. And it's not too hard to use. The without the sugared, it's a little bit rougher. With the sugared, it's pretty easy. I tried to do it without sugared, but yeah. And then check this out. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. It's good. Now, slog is probably my second favorite. So slog is not bad. I think slog is pretty good. Their allocations on log message are 0, I believe, as well. So this is log a message in 10 fields. You get 5 allocations. With slog, it's 40 allocs. But log a message with a logger that already has 10 fields context, Zap is 0. I think slog is also 0. So I think any of these 4 you can't go wrong with. Yeah, slog is also a good one. So it's a little slower, but I think this is fine. I think slog is fine. I've been using Zap because it is faster, but yeah. What do you think about example-based testing in Go? I think example testing is a must. And what I mean by this is that you cannot have examples that don't work, that they have to be part of your tests. They have to be part of your test. You have to know that the examples you use in your website, the examples that you run, are the things that actually work. That you have to know that. So I think in any language, not just Go, your examples have to be the tests. Testify. I have not used Testify. Cool. Maybe I'll give it a shot in this. Now here in this we needed to build, what was it? It was the GID. It was the group ID. Can I not pass group ID into this image build ops? Oops. Superpowers. I did not mean to type that. GD. I cannot pass the GID in here. I need to go back, which would be shift caret. Nope. Control caret. Control 6. Yeah. Okay. Control 6. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to test examples. Output is definitely one of them. I generally actually use testing and run the examples, like the functions, the example functions. So if you have like a main function that runs other functions, I test those. I suppose that you can do it that way though. That's Oh, I see it. I see it. Let me wait. We have a thing for this. Space N for next error. Boom. All right. Undefined container.build request. Undeclared imported name. How do I, will GD take me up to definition? Yes. Project container. Okay, that looks good. There was a change to the containers, so, to the protos, so we're going to have to update this. Go back would be control 6. No, that is not go back. Shift tilde? No. What was go back? I thought it was control 6. This is going between things. Control O. Nice. Control O. The control 6, I think, is flipping between the last two files. Yeah, switching between the buffers. All right. Yep. Got it. The last two buffers. All right. So this is undefined container image status reply. I think there's actually two errors here. I think, yeah, this build request is also undefined. Okay. How do you work with relative line number? It confuses the living daylights out of me. I have so far ignored it. I have tried to use it a little bit. This was a recommendation today. I've been given a shot to use the relative line numbers. I don't know that it's helping me. It hasn't really hurt me too much. At this point, but I don't know that it's helped me at all. All right. What I need to do is it's kind of fun to watch though. Like it almost looks like a boat on a ocean, like the imprint, the negative of the boat, it's like sailing. I kind of like it. All right. What we're looking for this. we have a build request, and that's actually a create container request. So this is vi done yank vi word paste. Can I just bam, done, write that? Okay. And then this is a container image status reply. That is I think it's a container image status reply. Is that not container image status reply? Maybe what we need to do is make build proto. Yeah, I think line number would not work well. You can just add the line number when you go to the file. So I don't generally know the line that I want to go to when I'm opening a file, I guess would be my thing. I don't really know that. Like, I don't open this file knowing that I wanted to be on line 150, right? I wouldn't know that. All right, let's put a hold on what this is going to return. Container image status reply. I feel like right now this create container returns a create container reply. Not this reply. So I think we just need to. Now my only thing is let's see what this container image status looks like, because I almost feel like both of these could return the same thing. Both of these could return the same thing probably. Yeah, you know what? What's this container status? Okay. We're going to combine these two things because this is garbage. This is garbage. Oh, if there's an error in prod and it has a line number, you might. You're right. You're right. I could see opening it on a direct line number. You're right. Or not even in prod, like when you go run debug and it says this line number errored. 100%. You're right. Yeah, Dutch. That's what I do. I do slash and then search for the pattern and then hit end in a lot. Agreed, Russell. Like you definitely could do that. That's definitely a thing and a reason to use that that pattern. A good one too. All right, so let's combine these. We have a create container request. It can go ahead and return a status. We can get rid of this one. Is that idiomatic? I feel like in general, everything has their own unique one, even if you repeat it, even if it's the same thing. Because backwards compatibility. Playing around with Bun now too. How are you liking Bun? Bun, you're talking about that's the JavaScript compiler, right? Bun is a JavaScript compiler, I believe. Oh, no, no, no. Bun is a JavaScript compiler, but we're talking about the we're talking about the database ORM. Yep. Sorry. Absolutely. I was blanking because I thought the JavaScript thing, but yeah, no, he's talking about the ORM. What is this? What is this? Oh dear. What are you? You know what? I'm not even sure I like Bun. I think in the end I like just doing squirrel, straight squirrel. I feel like every single time I get into a entity framework or whatnot, squirrel is just easier. Straight squirrel. It's easy at first, and then it goes poorly quickly. All right. Has no field or method ID. Yes, it does. I promise you. We have a customer ID. It's amazing for prototyping, and this is what I'm using it right now for. We're getting something out, and it's really fast for prototyping, and it just lets you kind of get the things done. Absolutely. I think, if this ever goes beyond like a cool prototype, Bun will probably just slowly get parsed out, or yeah. Wait. Cannot use container, create container request. Oh, I need reply. Reply. Create container reply. I hit the wrong one. I was like, why can't I use it? All right. Dutch. Okay. So this I think is a key point people need to learn. Is that you cannot denormalize your database until you have effectively normalized it. If you can't normalize your database, you have no hope of denormalizing it in any effective manner. I don't know if that's a hot take or one that people agree on, but if you want to go down the path of denormalization, you have to make sure that you have a normalized database first. You cannot denormalize a chaos database. One class on what? Denormalization? I've had no classes on denormalization. So you're one class up on me. Actually, one second. I think this is a little bit wrong. Let's see. Create container request. I screwed this up a little. I thought this was reply, not request. This is a little weird. I made this a little weird. Also, the request doesn't need to know the status. This got a little weird. A little weird, not gonna lie. All right. I hate UML. I hate UML. I really do. A perfectly normalized database has no duplicated data, effectively. The levels of normalization or denormalization, I don't remember them. I like I think I think trying to say that there's levels kind of actually obfuscates the problem. If you have denormalized data, it means that you have data in two places that you have to keep up to date, and you need a plan for doing that. And that's like the big thing, because you got to make sure that that data that's now copied, A, you know where the source of truth is, and B, you know how that you're going to update and keep those things updated. I don't know that it really makes sense to, like, I feel like it's really nitpicky about what level of denormalization. I just think that people don't normalize first, and I think that that's a problem. Like, if you need to denormalize for scale or something like that, that's great. It's a need. But you need to normalize first, and you got to make sure that you're good at normalization first, and then go denormalize. All right, so on a container status image status, so this is like when we're pulling for the status of an image build, we need to be checking it. Um, what else do we need? We need the container image name. String. One second. Let's oh, I hit Control S. I'm a fool. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. Database normalization, or database nominalization, is the process of structuring a relational database in accordance with series of so-called normal forms in order to reduce data redundancy and improve data integrity. It was first proposed by British computer scientist Edgar F. Codd as part of the relational model. Where's the denormalization stuff? Also see denormalization. All right. All right. See this? This is what I'm talking about. Is a strategy used on previously normalized databases. You can't denormalize a denormalized database. That's kind of my point. You said there was a table. Where is that? Oh, okay, okay. Here we go. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Examples of step-by-step normalization. Everyone took 0 to 1 class on this. All right, all right. You know what? I'm not going to do this right now, but maybe we'll actually do this. Do you think that would help? Would that be fun if I like really went through this and was like, we're going to go through all of the steps of normalization? Would that be like, and have it actually like planned out as a thing? I'm not going to say that I'll do that soon, but yeah. Look at this colorful table. Doesn't it just make sense when you look at the table? Like seriously, this is what sells stuff. It's a pretty table. It makes sense. Each step you get a little bit more normalized. Every join dependency is trivial. This is true. And actually, usually, a well normalized database joins aren't a big deal. If it's well, if it's well constructed. It'll be a, a horribly boring video. Okay, then we won't do it. Then we won't do it. We are currently trying to container image name. Dutch, look for one because if there's not a good video, I don't actually mind doing it because I don't mind, like, I don't actually know all of the steps from an academic standpoint. I've gone through database denormalization before or normalization before. So I know some of the steps from a practical standpoint. But I don't mind understanding it a little bit better to make a video. I'll have to think about how to make a video that's quick, fun, and like it needs to be 20 minutes or less, preferably less. I don't mean for this channel to become a computer science degree course. I try to do like what's applicable and useful. So like I don't know. I don't know. I do try to help people though if it's a really tough topic for them. But that's not really great YouTube content, to be honest. All right, what was I doing here? Okay, what are we returning from the image status reply? Should it be reply or response? This is something that I think a team should go on and then go with it. And if somebody wants to really nitpick and somebody wants to have a problem, then they should stop being so insecure and move on. I I would love to tackle those things from a real world perspective, Russell. Like, I know sometimes I get into the academic and sometimes it's hard to explain something without like the academic side of it. But I really do want to try to do a better job of real worldifying things, worldifying things, because I think that's so poorly taught. I really do. And I know that I don't do a really good job of it all the time, but that's my goal. That's my goal is to real worldify certain things. Like that's what my whole database thing was for is what are all of these fancy things in a simple way where it's kind of fun. I didn't do the fun part very well. The fun part was really poorly done, but it was that was the goal of it. Was let's not talk about the academic side of things a whole bunch. Obviously, I talked about the academic side of things at a certain level, but also like how would you actually do that in practice? All right, Dutch, let me know how it goes, and let me know how it goes. So yeah, as far as the reply versus response, again, if somebody on the team was like, I really think response sounds better because of XYZ, I'd be like, okay, let's just do response, and that's what the team will use. I need to do the next one. So the next one, we have two topics on building a database. So there's two things coming up on that. The first is how we store data on disk, and the other is indexes. And I guess I'm having trouble um I'm having trouble not doing it as an academic. And I don't know if I need to do two videos, one that's slightly academic and one that's slightly how to do it, or how we're going to do it in a simple way. For both of those topics, actually, for both of those topics, it's very difficult to do academic versus not academic because, like, there is some stuff that goes into it. Like, which type of index are you going to be? Now, I think with the index, and this is something I've been working on, I think with the index, we can actually do like, hey, we're going to do an in memory hash map. That's what we're going to do. And that's how we're going to do it. And then we're going to see the problems with it. And then we're going to go on to another thing where we can be like, okay, we can do a binary tree because we can serialize that to disk. And then we can be like, okay, but how does the binary tree fail and whatnot? Oh yeah, index types is a huge thing. Nighthound. Yes, there's a lot of different types of indexes, and a hash map is 100% faster than a B tree. Just, just, I mean, it's a constant. It's a constant, and this is where like I think I'm getting trapped into the falling into um the academic side. Whereas, like, why wouldn't you want a hash map? And well, the academic side of me would say, well, you can't then have the entire index has to be in memory. And for really large databases, that's just not plausible all the time anymore. And so this is where it's like there's so much that goes into it. I'm working on the next one. They're also not my highly watched. They're one of my least viewed videos for the amount of effort that goes into making one of them. Um, so you should cover NoSQL versus SQL and when to use which as well. So I have maybe a unpopular opinion. Now I want to first clarify before anybody gets any misrepresentation. I work for a NoSQL company. I work for a database company that makes a NoSQL database. So I want that to be clear because I could be biased, and I try to give you my honest opinion. My honest opinion here is that you should start with Postgres, period. You should start with Postgres, period. You will know when Postgres isn't the right tool for you. And if you're having the question, I don't understand why I would use NoSQL or not a NoSQL, you should start with Postgres and you should learn and move from there. Like I think that's like the easy answer. We can go more into that, but yeah. No squirrel. That's right. No squirrel. And I'm not saying that no squirrel doesn't have a place. It does. If you're asking, it's not the place for you. That maybe seems harsher than I meant for it to sound. That wasn't my intent, but like if you're really asking the question and really confused, then there's no reason to use no squeal. You're just going to shoot yourself in the foot. Squirrel databases are slow. Squirrel databases are slow. They're absolutely slow when used improperly. So look, there are definitely things like time series databases. Squirrel databases aren't designed for that. Can you do a time series in a squirrel database? Absolutely. Absolutely. It would be slow. And more than slow, using it in that way would be painful. If you were trying to write squirrel for time series, that would just be painful. And this is more of my point is like squirrel kind of shows where it's painful when you try to model data that way. When you try to model data in a time series way in a squirrel database, you'll immediately be like, no, this isn't really great. If you're trying to model time flow anyways, there's time series and then there's column oriented. That can be really it's kind of column squirrel though, to be honest. Um Oh, what about blockchain? Blockchain you use when you want the slowest database possible. If you're like, hey, how could we make our database even slower than Squirrel? Then you pick blockchain, which is slow by design. That's what you do. Oh, I didn't even read. Here we go. I'm going to throw in a grenade. I hate you, Russell. My goodness. You got me. You got me. I saw that and I couldn't help but jump on it. I couldn't help. I couldn't. Ugh, I should have known better. Uh, it's decentralized. That can scale. That's right, because this decentralization, moving your servers as far apart as possible, has helped everything scale. That's actually literally in my course of how to scale properly, is to move your servers as far away from each other as possible. That is how to scale 101. Moving things far apart is actually not there to scale. It's there to protect yourself from fault. So a data center goes down. You sense some sarcasm. I'm sorry. I did get a little sarcastic. I try not to. I grew up with a lot of siblings, so I tend to be very sarcastic, but it doesn't travel well on a one-sided conversation. All right, you say this while building a CDN. Dang it. Oh. Busted. Dang it. All right. Well, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I've gotten so disjointed from this. I need to make some database videos. But this is where like I feel like some of those are purely academic. Like even the when to use squirrel versus when to use no squirrel. Um, I feel like it's more academic. Like also showing, like, demonstrating real world is a little more difficult. Like, the time series is a low-hanging fruit, but, like, when you would do, like, your classic document database, the times that it would actually be more helpful, um, are, you know, more difficult to do, you know? Not that anybody likes this, but advertisement would be a one that's a really good example of when you'd want a no squirrel. Squirrels just aren't good at advertising. Um, I'll have to think about it because I'd like to make these videos because this I do feel like this is the practical engineering that you don't get when you go to college. This is like the stuff that you enter the real world with no knowledge and understanding of how to actually do that I would like to help people with. Um, I think we can actually do this. The video you posted is looking promising. Good. Awesome. I almost feel like, and I don't have the time to do this, but I think what um a really cool video series would be like, let's build this service. Let's pick a service. Let's pick Twitter. Let's build Twitter from the ground up, back end, front end, everything. And we step through and we do like we're a greedy algorithm basically. We do what we need to at the time. And we see how that affects us and we move on. Now, unfortunately, building a Twitter, you'll never hit that scale and you'll never have those issues. So it's still not a very good example. That's the problem because sometimes the stuff like the fan out and fan in, because Twitter does both fan out and fan in, you don't do that until you have scale and because it doesn't matter. So, but I think something like that would be a really good practical engineering. Like we just build this simple service from the ground up. I don't know. What would people think about that? Then sell the code to Meta for threads. Yes, yes, that's I think we can just do this. Or throw it on a blockchain. Only care about AI now. So Dutch, would that be including firing myself if I was the founding developer? I, I I wasn't making it a real product, people. I wasn't talking about making a real product. I meant in software engineering, we have two problems that I like to fight. We have the people that show off the latest thing and pretty much um thrash people. And it's not a problem. It's just how do you make tech exciting and how do you make tech YouTube exciting? You do it by continuously pulling their attention to something new instead of working on the foundations. Instead of working on the foundation, I'm trying to come up with ways to make it fun and exciting while working on the foundations. That's what I'd like to do. But nobody gets a big tech YouTube channel by showing how to normalize data. That's just not happening. Um, so that's one problem that we have. And then the other problem is we have too much academic where that's not academics are really disconnected from the real world problems, at least what I've interviewed people with their masters and phds that I'm just like I don't think that you grasp the idea of coding in the real world. Um, and I don't think they grasp coding in the real world. Um, and so I'd like to be the fun bridge in that world. I'd like to be the fun bridge where I take academic and bring it more applicable. That's what I would like to do. Um, that's what I would love to do in a fun way. In a fun way. I don't know that I'm very good at making fun though. The world of big tech is comedy right now. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Container image name, container status. So we have container. Oh, this just is going to return a build ID. That's right. That's right. So I think what I realized, build, what was it? Build ID? All right, no errors. No errors. So I am, my Kubernetes 127 release notes. I'm in the process of editing that, that and the 128. I put a little bit more of my humor in that, so hopefully they're a little bit more fun to watch. I'd love to hear what you're thinking. I'm going to work on my database video next, my next one. I'm gonna try to do that too, and I'm gonna really try to make indexes fun. So I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts, even if you're not interested in how database indexes work. And honestly, there's going to be multiple videos on database indexes. But the first one, I'd love to have your feedback because I'd like to make it fun. I'd love to make it entertaining, and I'd love to make it practical. That's what I'd like to do. But I need your help because it's actually a hard problem to solve. Yeah, let's do that. It should be status. I don't think it's contentious. Actually, one second. This should be image name. I mean, this as a type, container status is fine because it's its own type and it's the status of the container build. Build ID, create container reply. Yeah, so this is all fine. So the interviewing thing is hard. I would love to help people with interviews. Oh, you got the question on when to use no squirrel versus squirrel databases? If I got that, I would tell the person, well, I think that depends a lot. And I think it's a hard problem. You're gonna have to ask a lot of questions. And actually, honestly, in an interview, I always like the people that ask a lot of questions because it usually means they know the problem a little bit better. Because if somebody says, "Oh, this is when you use a no squirrel, and this is when you use a squirrel database," it tells me that they aren't trying to understand the bigger problem because it's not really that straightforward. And I would say like when to use no squirrel, it depends on a couple of things. First, do you have anybody on your team that knows no squirrel? If you don't, maybe it's not the best choice. Second, do you have plans on supporting it? Because when you go to something like no squirrel, things like database migrations don't happen for you. They're not free. When it's a schema on read And you have to understand what schema on write versus schema on read. A squirrel database is a schema on write versus a schema on read. Some people say schemaless. I really hate that because there is a schema. It's just what validates that schema. Is it your application or is it the database that validates it? If there's one takeaway, there's that. So, are you prepared to handle a schema on read in your application? Because that's what you have to do. You have to handle it in your application. Um, I should make a video on this. I should make a video on this. Never mind. I'm sorry. I'm just rambling here now. Um, People would say scale, and you can use no squirrel to scale, but I think there's other reasons to use it, especially when your data lends itself to it. So, if you're looking at denormalization, sometimes you can use a document database to very easily denormalize uh, things that make sense as a document. So, let's say you have users and you want to have a document DB that has users config, that is a just a config file. That makes a ton of sense, and it's really easy to wrap your head around. It makes getting that type of information really quick and easy. You have your Squeal database, Squeal. There's another YouTuber that uses Squeal. I use Squirrel. We use Squirrel, not Squeal. Squirrel. You have the ID in your Squirrel database, your relational database, and then you can go and get that document in your NoSquirrel, and it's pretty fantastic. I really like that. If I could refresh that by watching a concise video. Okay, I'll try to come up with a concise video to help you with that. Not going to promise that one's going to be anytime soon. Another thing is one, you have to be on your denormalization path. Another one, you have to be on your denormalization path. But another interesting topic that you're going to come across with that is, let's say you're on your denormalization path, read time. So if you want sub millisecond reads, if that's important to you, so think of validating a credit card payment that you need to be real time. Uh, if you want to serve an ad, so that's another one where the faster you can come up with serving an ad, the more real time it is. Near time is another common word for that. Nearline. Uh, those are things that no squirrel databases do a whole lot better. Not saying it's impossible to do it with Postgres, just it's easier to do. It's easier to do. We can also talk about where you're going to join data. You're going to join data, and it's whether you're going to join it in your app or if you're going to join it in the database. It's valid if you want to join it in your app or if you want to join it in your database. Some no squirrel databases actually let you make simple joins. All right, so when we build a container, we reply with the build ID. We don't reply with a status. Basically, you can then query with that build ID. This, I think, is strong. I think this is good. I actually think this is working now. I think we've updated it all. Yeah, and Russell, I have to watch myself because, and this is why I start with, I work for a no squirrel database company. I work with no squirrel a lot. And so sometimes I say simple, and it's a really good call out, Russell, that it's not necessarily as simple as I might make it be. And this is something I think about when I make a video. If I've used a thing a lot and I say simple, I try not to say simple. I really do. I slip up though. I'm sorry about that. I have never used the Mongoose layer over Mongo. Absolutely, Nighthound. Absolutely, I figured it out. I don't really have InfluxDB, Prometheus experience, but a lot of customers use Mongo Kafka. So I have an article to go over tomorrow in the news that said we stopped using a database. Only use Kafka. I haven't read it. I want to review it with you guys because Kafka's a database. Kafka's a database, whether you like it or not. So I'm interested to see what they say there. I'm interested to see what they say there. It's a very highly specialized database, but it's still a database. Yeah. I was gonna say I don't think that the writer of the article knows what a database is, but it's a highly specialized database. Kafka and Nats.io and those type of databases are highly specialized for a specific purpose, and they're cool. So what we need to do next, I haven't updated where we have the group ID. Create image, GD here. The only architectures that you see as the only database generally are Postgres. I don't generally see no no squirrel databases as being the only. You can. There's definitely times when you could do it. I mean, you could make it your only database if you want. I generally think that this is why I say you generally start with a Postgres database, and then you can break parts off as need be for the non-relational stuff. Most people have users, and it really makes sense to put users in a relational database. It really, really does. Um, don't blame me. You're right. Don't blame me. Hello, don't blame me. I hope you're having a good day. You've worked on projects with only Mongo. Yeah. I wouldn't say that it's my first choice. Ooh, you used etcd? You actually directly used etcd? That's an interesting choice. That's an interesting choice. I would love to talk to you about that. I would love to talk to you about that choice. Well, I mean, etcd is a key value store. I mean, like if you're using it for something other than a key value store, that's going to be rough. Used it for your metadata? Okay. Why did you pick it over another key value store? Just honestly just wondering. Okay. It's free, right? So, one thing I would say is nothing is free because everything has a cost. It supports HA. That is true. It does. Three, we're really easily able to watch keys and have storage nodes act on changes. That's my experience, is everybody fights etcd. That is my experience, is that you will end up fighting etcd. Etcd is the number one leading cause of issues in Kubernetes. No, idiots are the number one leading cause, but etcd is the number two cause. Oh, you support console. Okay. etcd isn't horrible. Let me maybe I was being a little too critical there. etcd isn't horrible for what it does. It has a couple issues, like it's scaling. It's highly available. It's highly available. It can run on 3 nodes and has the Raft algorithm. But its Raft algorithm actually causes it to have scaling problems. So you can only add up the main nodes can only have about 5. And it has very legitimate scaling issues. You can look at stuff like multi-raft that people have done to try to fix the scaling issues, but that's one problem that people run into. It's very sensitive. It's very sensitive. etcd likes to break. That's the other problem, and it's kind of by design. Dude, you can run it in 12 nodes if you like, but you need faster drives. The problem is it has to write every heartbeat to drive to the record, and you just won't have fast enough drives. It can run on 24. You just don't have fast enough drives or network to handle that because it has to do its whole consensus. Oh, yeah, Redis is also up there. And you cache hot data. Okay, I mean, that makes sense. Redis or etcd is a valid choice for that. Redis, you know, I'm too biased. I can't really speak about Redis. I can't really speak about Redis. Yeah, I can't speak on Redis. What was I doing here? I want to look at our Docker file. etcd basically reflected the geography of our cluster at a metadata level. Cool. That's awesome. I think that I would use etcd before Redis. Let me put it that way. I think that I can easily say that I would use etcd before Redis. Now, to be honest, to be fair, I think this is like the one cool place Aerospike really stands out. Not a salesperson. Aerospike is just better at everything that etcd and Redis tries to do. What the cluster should look like. I mean, desired state is a good thing to keep. Yeah. I would pick etcd over Redis any day of the week. I have not talked to one person who has not had problems with long-running Redis clusters. The last large project I actually used it as like a message bus for webhooks or WebSockets. So basically, we had a series of services that could scale out that created webhooks, and you could actually update your devices. And basically, we used PubSub of Redis to get the message to the right thing. And we had fewer problems with Kafka than we did Redis. Redis was easier to set up than Kafka, but Redis over the long term just always was causing us problems. Yeah, I'm sure that there are people who know how to run Redis really well that have done it, and they don't have those problems. I really am sure of that. That's not been my experience, and that's not the experience I've talked to a lot of people with. I've talked to a lot of people who have had lots of problems with Redis. Yep, managed Redis is a solution. That's awesome. If you're wanting to use managed Redis. So we used etcd to manage a cluster to support storage for a cluster of Kafka nodes. Oh gosh. Talk about Inception. Yeah. All right, so we have a container building issue here. You know what? I don't think we do. What we're going to do is these containers won't build until the code is pushed. Because the container building issue is that the code's not all here. Because we have the protos, the build protos. So we can't build a container from here because the build context won't have the proto in it. Because if you look here, the build context, here's proto, but we are in the container builder. So there's no build context. It works here because if you go and let's look at the go mod. Let's see. Oh, we don't have it here. What? How is this even working? How is this even working? I thought we had a replace. I don't know how this is working. I was gonna say it would work here because we'd have something like replace. Uh. Can I do V $? Yeah, sweet. We test in production. That's right. We are testing in production. Which window manager is this? It's just i3. Dutch, don't make me ban somebody for the first time on this channel. You're walking a fine line there, Dutch. You are walking a fine line. And of course, people who use gaps with i3 are monsters. Are absolutely monsters. You are walking a fine line there. Oh, we still have an error? We still have an error? Next error. Nice. I need to make a video on Go Workspaces. I really do, because I feel like they are the solution that everybody wants. Go Workspaces is the solution. GoPools said this. Everybody says this, but Go Workspaces just don't work. Like, that's going to be my YouTube video's name is Go Work Doesn't Work? Question mark. Like, it just, by their own admission, it doesn't work. So you got a quote on what Workspaces gives you from another one? So what, please enlighten us. What does Go Workspaces do other than break Go modules? Because it breaks Go modules. You can't do Go mod tidy anymore. You can't use anything Go mod. So what does Go Workspaces actually do for you? I don't know. But I would argue, Dutch, this is not true. Working on one of your apps that has the same utility library, which is effectively what we are doing, because our communication library, our protos, are in their own module. It didn't actually let me do that, and the reason is because if I made a change that required go mod, I couldn't run go mod anymore. I would have to delete the workspace file, delete all of that stuff, go mod, and then I have to re-add all of that stuff back in. So effectively, to me, it was unusable because of that. Like, this is exactly what I wanted to do. That's exactly what I thought it solved, and it doesn't. And in fact, when I put in a bug about it, they basically effectively said that's not what they wanted to do with it. So I just don't know what you do with it. It wouldn't work in different repos still, right? Because the Go mods are still going to break, because Go mod broke because of a workspace, right? Because they have to have that root workspace file. Maybe it would work in different repos. Maybe. I could try that. But I mean, the whole thing that they said is it supported mono repos. And I just don't think it supports mono repos. I stopped as well. I gave it a good week try, and I couldn't get Go mod to work, or Go work to work. I actually gave it a month try. I literally tried pretty hard. And I guess I got to the point where it's like, if it takes me a month and I still can't figure it out, I don't know. I've been around the block for a little while. If I can't give something a solid month try, and I didn't even have to give Vim a month, and I feel like getting this should... I'm only a week in. I'm only a week in. Okay, well, I need to go build main.go. If it took you over a month to learn how to do go build main, I think people would stop using it. Wait. This is in the main.go. Okay. I opened a binary file. Sweet. C++ enters the chat. What? What happened? What did I miss? Oh, too lazy to try. It takes 1 month to learn. I got it. I got it. The linker can be quite painful for people that don't know it. So it wants a create container and an image status. I must have messed with these. So let's go fuzzy find. Let's go server.go. We have to have both of these functions. So let's paste this here. We have create container that takes a create container request, a create container request, context request, and a create container reply, and an error. So we got this one. So let's take this one, and we need the image status. So this one, oh no. This one, oh no. I need this. I need to grab that. And then I need to not screw this up. All right, image status. We have a context. We have a... Oh, we have a create container request, and that's looking for a build request. Or Visual... Oh, yeah, Visual Studio makes it easy. JetBrains is working on that. It's called Fleet. I think Fleet is going to take over all their IDEs. Eventually, not for a while. What am I working on right now? Mostly arguing with chat about databases. That's mostly what I'm working on right now. I'm actually just trying to get this code to build, which we've kind of screwed up the proto buffers here. So let's image status is a build request and a container image status reply. So it's a build request. Why is it a build request? Why is this taking a build request? That's an interesting thing. I think a create, yeah, it's better than a create container request. You're not creating a container. It's an image status. I'm actually going to make the change to build status request. And now we need to regenerate these. Why proto buffers? How would you do server to server communication? What other way would you recommend that would be as straightforward? This is not a forward facing API. Nobody calls these. Those are all REST. Also, he really loves pain. yeah. Okay, so I'm. It's a little bit painful. I got sidetracked too, so I kind of lost where I was. We were talking about databases for a little bit. I'm just trying to get this code to build. So we added a CDN functionality to Eddington, so you can host static files. It should work at this point, except I just got to get through these build errors. I don't find it as an optimization. I like RPC between servers over REST. I find REST to be really weird between servers because a lot of the times I think about it as I want to run this function on a server, not a resource. So REST really is about a resource, whereas RPC is really about calling a function on another server or another application. So I think for me, RPC makes more sense with a server-to-server communication. Forget gRPC, just RPC itself makes more sense. The G, the protobufers, is great because the serialization, it handles the messages. You get strongly typed messages between your services. So that's why gRPC, and it's well supported in Go, really is nice. I didn't rename this. It is a single repo at this point. What was this called? The image status, and I renamed it to build status request. What was it originally called? Build request? No. Yeah, maybe it was build request, which is why it was a horrible name. Beautiful. And now this we can update to let's see, what can we update that this would be? Build status request. It's not liking that. It's a build status request. Image status. We really probably should rename this function to build status. So this is building the container. Build status. Build status. And it takes a build status request, and yeah, okay. Now, let's jump into... This is wrong now. Container builds undefined container. So it's not liking this. Build. Is it a build request? I thought I said it build status request. Never mind. I got it. All right. Customer ID is not valid in here. What is? Get ID. We'll just do ID. That should be fine. Nice. Are we ready to rock and roll now? You were right, Dutch. Build request. I never understood why we need those option Java variables. Because there's not Go ones. Not ones that work well, at least. So there's the Go one for the package, but I don't know either. They don't seem to work correctly for me if I don't have the Java ones as well. That's what I'll put there. I don't build it for Java. It's not build request. Wait. It's saying in server.go. Yeah, 150. That's right here. Yeah. I see how I could use the plus 150 there. 100%. I acquiesced to that early on. The function needs to be build status, and it's a build status request. That's what we've updated it to. So this function needs to be build status instead of image status. Build status, and this function needs to be a build status request. Build status request. Undefined build status request. That's what it is. I built this, right? Ah. I mean, I guess maybe I thought I built it. Yeah, I mean, I built it since the last time I went Vim, but I guess. Okay. So let's see. Cannot use server. Oh, wait. No. Let's make protos. Build proto. Wait. This function should match the function in the proto buffer, right? So it should be build status, right? That's the remote function that you're calling, right? And then the options that are passed to it is this build status request, which is what I'm trying to pass here. Let's go into this really quickly. Will this work? Can I go to definition here? So yeah, see, this is what I'm trying to do right here. This also says build status request is undefined inside the proto file, which is maybe a little weird. Build status request is a message. What have I screwed up here? I'm missing something simple. I messed something up. I messed something up. We want to get the build status request, which has an ID of the build that we want to build, or that we want to get. Also, while we're at this, since we're already broke everything, can we just fix this naming too? Build status reply, build Status reply. While we're at it, we're going to change this to response since it's request and response. I think that's what we'll stand on. This will be fine. All right. What are you sorry about? That I'm doing, that I have to do this? Me too. Me too. I'm not quite sure what's gone wrong here, though. Everything seems to be the right thing. So we have our responses, we have our requests in our container service. Let's try building this. I feel like I'm one character off. I have an off I1. You did put that in my brain. It's fine. It's fine. Build status response is not defined. Okay. We have our request. Wait. Let's see. Proto inline 24 build status response is not defined. Line 24 build status response isn't build status response. Oh no. We did change that down here. All right, this is looking much better though. This file was kind of a dumpster file. Build status response. Beautiful. Now we should have some errors because we renamed everything, which is fine. Actually, I'm not sure what we had accidentally got into. Let's jump back into the server here. Let's, next error. Nice. Let's open this up. All right, these are what we want to do right here. The create container. Okay. This is response now. Nice. IntelliSense was picking it up. All right. Okay, we fixed something. I think the LSP provides that actually, so NeoVim should be able to do the refactor. Actually, I just don't know how to do it. The LSP should be the one doing that refactor though. VS Code doesn't know how to do it. Let's see. Let's do next. Oh, I held space too long. Next error. I think that has to be an LSP thing though, right? Because how would VS Code know that it's a symbol? The only way it would know it's a symbol is if it was the LSP. But I guess you're right. All files would be. I don't know. But it still has to be part of the LSP. But I don't I'm not sitting here telling you I know exactly how it does it. Somebody here made me change all my things. Very annoying. Very. Oh, I think this file was kind of a dumpster fire. To be fair, it was kind of like as we were going, we just kind of made stuff up, and it needed a lot of work. So this is well needed. Oh wait, is that the end of the errors? Nice. Will it build? Okay, so what I do need, I should, and this is what I should have done. I should have muxed one in with the protos, and then one in with the container builder, to like run it. Go build. We're not quite there yet. We're getting close. This is in main.go. Okay, okay. Oh wait, it doesn't like it. It doesn't like it. We'll copy this. Is that the error that we're getting here? Yeah. So it's saying that we don't implement the interface. So let's go and fix that. Now the interface is pretty simple. It's just this right here. Create container and build status. We have build status, which has a context and build status request that returns a build status. Oh, we're returning the wrong thing here. We're returning the wrong thing. Wait. To delete this, it would be VIW. Done. Delete that, and then we want a build. I don't know what key combo I just did. VIW. A build status Why did I lose IntelliSense here? Oh, probably because my word's above. Build status response. All right, get rid of this one, and then we'll get rid of this one, create container, and let's go see that create container holds to the right thing. All right, create container has a create container request, and a create container response. This looks perfect. Now we just have to update this function down here. Wait, I can go Control D to go down. Nice. And a create container response has not this. What does it have? Let's go into the definition of this. It has a build ID. I thought that's what we had. So Control O to go back. Build ID. Build ID of build ID. Thought this is what we were. Oh, wait. This is the create container response. This is the wrong response. All right, this needs to be. I probably hit you. I have no idea of when I hit you, but probably. Container build status response. Let's jump into this. This has a container status and an image name. Let's see. So image name equals build dot. We'll have to work on image name. So image name should be the thing that Docker can use as an image. Like when you put an image in the Kubernetes file, that's what I want here. And that's not what I have here, but I don't think the container builder actually has that information in it just yet. So it's okay. It's okay. We'll forgive it. We'll forgive it just this once. Okay, and then the other thing was the container status. What was it? It was status, right? It was container status. Yeah. Oh, I almost did quit instead of go back. All right, are we ready to go now? Sweet. All right. That's success for us. All right, let's rm main. I didn't mean to build that. You've been adopting this for swapping between enums and strings? I mean, sadly, there's just not a good way. Not in Go, at least. No, not a good way that I know of, at least. Added. Let's see. We added. Production. Here we come. Yeah, I mean that's what we're doing. We just go straight to production. Sorry, I think when I touch my microphone, it actually adds a lot of feedback to it now. Sorry about that. Maybe I can actually just... I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I got this new audio thing to make a little bit of better audio, hopefully, but I think it's only made my audio worse for the time being, but hopefully. All right, added CDN to Eddington. That's not how you spell it, that. Eddington. Now, what? Did that, what happened? Did that not actually commit one? Why is it when I do that? What have I done? When I do a commit message, no, like literally, what have I done? When I do a commit message, it gives me another line. Of course, when I do test, it works. But when I do this, it doesn't work. What did I do wrong? How did I screw that up? What did I do? I know I could just fix up the comment. But why is this giving me a rebase issue? What the garbage? There was nothing. It was a single commit. Oh, that's not actually open over here. I don't know. Something funky was going. Wait, there's no. I don't know what's going on here. It says that there's a change, but there's no. Oh, is that the generated file? Oh, it's the generated file. I go back and forth on whether you should check in the generated files or not. I do. Okay. So yeah, we'll have to fix that. That's kind of annoying. I check in the generated code because that's how you do like reproducible builds, in my opinion, is that everything that you need to build is in the repository. Um, Russell, you check in generated code. So yeah, there's two trains of thoughts here because there are some teams that don't check in the generated code because like the stuff to generate it should be there, so like everything should be able to. So like I think actually the hard part is like both make sense to me. I check in generated code. Can I say that it's the right way to do it? Yeah, I also get why people also refuse to. Like I get both sides of it. Right now we have checked in generated code. Yep. I'm right in line with that. All right. So cool. We have the first part of our CDN, which is pretty cool because that's actually the hardest part. I'm super excited. You guys see what we can do now? We can literally build your static project and host it. That's awesome. That's awesome. The last thing that we need to do is expose this through the API. I was gonna say I do think that we could go into a pros and cons list because I do think that there are some pros to checking the generated code in. Um, as far as validating that it's when you want to catch the bug because like you can not check the code in and then you can see that you forgot to regenerate when you push it through the CI/CD or when you make the pull request. One of your very first checks can be that the generated code matches. I don't know. All right, so we're done with the container builder. It's done. But what we need to do is add the stuff to the API. I don't know why I just wanted to do Vim here. All right, so when we create an application, we need to be able to create a front end. I'm going to put it in the same API right now. In the front end, I think we'll have it as like obviously you click a thing for static files. But in the end, it comes to the same thing. It gets deployed. Excuse me. The same way. New application controller. We got our buns here. Our squirrel buns. These are our squirrel buns. That makes it sound. That's PG. That's PG joke. Our squirrel buns. We're using bun, by the way. And squirrel database. What's this repo type? It's just a string. It's just a string. Good. Now this. Okay, this isn't generated. Oh, I just did quit. I did quit. Ugh. Paranoia driven development. I think I'd be good at paranoia driven development. I think that's where I would shine. You forked Logris? I also think you should fork all dependencies for any production build so an angry author can't decide to delete a repo and cause a build to fail. Paranoia driven development. I don't think that's a bad idea. I don't think forking. It's a lot of work, though. That's not what I'm going to do right now for Eddington. Somebody rug pulls me here. So be it. So be it. So be the rug pull. What was I doing? And then I quit. And now I don't even remember what I was doing in here. Oh, I was doing the repo type. Okay. So here we go. I'm doing it. I'm pulling out. Oh, no. I'm sorry. I apologize in advance. All right. Oh, the name change is hard because they're not necessarily. I don't know. Maybe they changed their name just to cause havoc, but you could also change your name like not on purpose. Like I've kind of wanted to change my name from Clavin X to just Merrick Counts. Um, and but then like I haven't because I know the chaos it could cause. So I don't know. All right, so we're gonna have one of these bad boys on the proto buffers continuously. Because what we're doing right now is this is a proto buffer issue. There's this repo type that's getting used, that's getting parsed here. Where was that? Yeah, right here. This PB is our proto container that I don't think has the right. So let's cd vim here. It's weird. I said this was languages. It's mostly true languages, but it's really more like build types. Build types. Should we rename it to build types? Yeah, that's another thing. Like you'll lose a lot of stuff. It's not fun to change your name. So that's why I haven't. But I also it kind of sucks that I'm kind of shoehorned into something I had for 10 years. Yeah, a name should be a label, 100%. All right. I'm just going to do this for right now. We're not going to change it, but I think this is going to be build types. I think this is going to be build types in the future. I don't want to do the renaming right yet. Actually, and while we're at it, we're going to then jump over here and make build protos. Done. Okay. So we should have the proto buffers now. So basically, now all that we have to do, actually, this is done maybe, right? Because there's our new application controller. So this is the command to create a new application. The new application is going to parse the repo type from the request. The repo type is going to get, let's see, repo type here. Is there a way to highlight all matching ones? So do you know how to do that in NeoVim? So like what I'd like is when I'm over this variable, it to highlight the other repo types. So like where it's used. Also a small bug here. This should be app.repo type. Oh. So there's no way to just have it automatically. It's a that didn't work. That's like taking me to the next repo type word and taking me back. That's just finding the next thing that is the same word. I was meaning like actually just highlight it, like just where like a secondary occurrence of it happens. I like it just for scanning, but maybe I just need to get used to the star and hashtag. It goes back, Russell. So star goes forward, hashtag goes back. Or sharp. I don't know what to call it. And that's fine. All right, so but we get the repo type here, and we're going to pass this to the container service client, which is going to call create container, which should do it. Now, the only bug I see here is we cannot pass a directory. And a lot of times these are going to be inside of a directory, so we need to actually update this create container. So the create container request needs a new string. It highlights them as well as navigating for you? Oh, okay. So there must be a plugin or something for it. Because it's not highlighting for me. High search? Set high search? There is no such thing as high search. I mean, I know how to search for like repo type. That's fine. Oh, HL search. Sorry. Still not a command. Oh, wait, did I not do set? Oh, I didn't do set. Russell called me out. All right, but that is just for search. Does it clear the search when I'm done with the search? No. So once I've searched, it's set for good. I just have to search for something that doesn't exist in my code base. Okay. All right. What we need to do is directory equals r dot from dot get direct. R does have a. I misspelled this like hard. And then we need to set this up here. Directory. What does binding required do? Where are you talking about? This. It's a required resource. You have to pass this. Although I don't know that it does anything in the context of JSON. Now, I would like to do a a optional get here. Can I do an optional get? Is there a optional get? There's a has. Okay, this will work. This will work. So what we're going to do is remove that. If r dot form dot get has directory. So I'm not deserializing it here. I'm having it passed as I'm not actually using the JSON representation here, is why this won't do anything. I'm actually parsing it from a form data. So I guess you're right if I was serializing this from JSON, but I'm not. Russell. It is the only reason. I'm not actually using the JSON form of this struct. I have the habit of structs that I think could be part from network, and this is from a network call of giving the JSON stuff anyways, but I'm not actually using it that way. All right, let's see. App dot directory r dot form dot get. Oops. Oh, wait. Cannot take address from value of type string. Why can't I do that? Why can't I get a pointer? I want a pointer. It's going to return a string, right? Oh, no. I right quit. Oh. Pointer string are are awful. Yes. I would agree, but I wanted an optional. Wait. Is this the wrong file? I was in app controllers application. Yeah. So the problem is if you don't have a string pointer, it's getting to the point where you might need to teach yourself through pain. Like go to screen and do 5 squats every time you right quit. I might need to do that. You are right. Maybe I might need to do this. Okay, but can I not I thought I could just get a pointer to this value. Cannot take address of if they don't pass a directory, it's just an empty string. No. Oh, okay. Actually, you're right. Never mind. Let's get rid of this because get is going to return an empty string anyways. So we won't do the nice null thing because this will be fine because the directory will just be the local one. I was just going to not Um, okay, I did this still. What I'll do is, because this is fine, I'll have an empty string, but that's fine because what will happen is this is just the directory, which an empty string should just be the root directory anyways. What I was going to do is not add it to the proto buffers because those can, you don't have to pass everything on those, but yeah, Kubernetes objects do make you deal with them, unfortunately. Kubernetes objects do. All right. All right, what are we doing? That's really it. We've passed the directory. And so we're good here. There's nothing more for us to do in this. This is going to make the application. It's going to make the load balancer and all that stuff. Did I change the names of this? I did. This is response now. Oh, and it's build status. It's actually a lot of this changed. It's build status request now. And this is build status now. Build status. All right, there we go. Got all that fixed. You are right. We should just do omit empty on these. We'll do that later. Let's see if it builds. Go build main.go. Now let's do run. So I don't want an actual file. Cool. It's not loading the Kubernetes configuration, but that means it built and started running. This is actually a runtime error. All right, nice. What we need to do is actually support the directory in the container builder, because right now the container builder doesn't actually support going to a different directory though. So we need to actually go back to, we need to actually go back to the container directory, container builder. You know what I'm going to do? Yeah, I did put core sucks in there, didn't I? I need to delete that message. That was because I was having a problem with cores, okay? I was having a problem with cores and I was trying to debug that. I missed taking that message out. That's also been shipped. So that's okay. I want to try Vimming from right here so that I have all the projects together. I don't know if GoPulls is going to flip out on me or not. Oh, really? Does Microsoft have some pretty? I have some pretty funny comments in my code, especially for projects like this. It's code comments. If I'm frustrated with it, I will leave it in a comment. All right, let's jump over to the container builder. We're going back to the server, and here we don't do anything with the directory. Bud and Core suck. What other American beers are there? Oh, well then. I don't really know beers, so Dutch. He knows his beers. Oh, nice. I did not grow up in Europe. I actually meant to quit there, but I didn't mean like I was thinking I needed to quit there, but that was not a just muscle memory. I think you just knew a lot of alcoholics. The truth comes out. All right. I need in here we actually download the code. Where do we do that? I have not looked at this code for a while. I know I was just in it, but not the code that does the git. So here we're doing the git stuff. And this is our create container request. Do we want to try to pass it to the Packer file? So here we clone. So we could just run from here, or like change our working directory here, like in this dir. Where's this dir coming from? 1 second. This is a dir that we're building. What I'm thinking is we just build our own path here and pass that. Okay, so this should be pretty simple. So let's do build path is going to be dir plus the rec dot directory. And then here we can just do build path. Nice. Oh, I should use file path for that, shouldn't I? Nah, this will be fine. This is fine, Dutch. Please, good call out. We needed this, right? Now it's fine, right? Right? You don't want to overcomplicate this with things like file path. I feel like that's just being lazy. Okay. Totally fine. We'll do it right. We'll do it right. A good call out. Let's see. Path dot join. see. Ah, I pressed wrong keys. Wrong. I'm vimming. I'm trying to vim. I never got into alcohol because everybody told me it was an acquired taste, and I thought that it was gross and it was expensive. And so then I always was like, well, why would I acquire a taste to something that's expensive and that I find gross? So I never really got into alcohol. But I did grow up on those American beers, so we all know that those are gross. Um, I mean, I do know that much. Yep, pretty much never touched alcohol. I've had a few. Every once in a while, somebody buys me a drink and I try it, but that's about all I've ever done. That's what happened in college. I was always the designated driver. Um, Lager, never had it. Never had it. All right. So that in theory should all work. In theory. In theory is a pretty good one. I think what we need to do now is test in production. Can we test this locally easily? We got to get it all running together. We can test this locally. We can test this locally for sure. For sure. You know what though? Tilt isn't going to work. This is going to bring it all down because our containers don't build locally. Because our containers don't build locally because Go Workspaces doesn't work. So I'm gonna have to think on it. This should all work. We're done here. I mean, there's bugs for sure. Don't get me wrong. But our code is done. As far as we now let you pass in a directory so that you can point us to your static build files. And by default, we'll just build at the root of the project. We now build static build files into an Nginx. And this is going to get exposed the same way everything else gets exposed as a container, which is fine for right now. We need to actually work on our exposing logic. We kind of expose everything a little too much. But that will be fine. So now we've got to figure out container building for local debugging. Like literally we could test this in production by just deploying everything. But that's not the right way to do that. I'm really frustrated with Go Workspaces, and I don't want to keep harping on it. So I'm going to end it for today now so that I don't harp on Go Workspaces one more time. I have to think about how we're going to build these containers locally because they'll work when we're all good and pushed and not trying to build the local stuff. So it will work in production, but it won't work locally. And so I need to think about that. Let me think on that a little bit. All right, Dutch, I will let my wife and kids know you said hello. They'll appreciate it. And yes, do tell your folks I said hello. And yeah, I'll think on this. I will come up for a plan for building these containers because there needs to be a good local solution for it. Oh, thank you for the follow. And there is your, there you have a fantastic AI generated message for you. You joined the Null Party, a group of elusive warriors. We do wield forbidden magic. That forbidden magic is Vim, Go, and Rust. I think Rust is probably the more forbidden magic here, but uh, you can't. I need a sound that plays with that. But thanks for lurking. Thanks for the Null Party sounds like a rather dubious political branch. Vim is forbidden magic for sure. So yeah, we're definitely playing around with a little bit of forbidden magic. Thanks for joining the Null Party. It might be a little bit of a dubious political party. I didn't think about it that way. Thanks, Dutch, for ruining it. Got to come up with the Null entourage or something that sounds stuck up. We'll have to come up with a word. I thought party was good. I'll also come up with a way for us to do those containers. And we'll talk on it on Discord a little bit because I don't have a good idea off the top of my head. So yeah. We're not a cult, we're a community. Definitely not a cult. Definitely not a cult. You know what? My previous AI was talking about like pledging fealty, so I feel like this is better. I feel like this is better. Less cultish too. Less fealty going around. So anyways, thanks everybody. I hope you have a fantastic weekend. I hope that maybe you learned something today or at least had a little bit of an entertainment. And I will see you guys tomorrow for the news. Yeah, the previous one was definitely Kool-Aid-y. 100%. It was a little weird. Definitely. It's meant to be fun, not weird. Maybe a little